see here. Okay, so I have the stream started. Oh my god. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing good. Still trying to figure out how to bring people from the audience to the VC because,
Oh, you still haven't figured out that yet?
yeah. It's not that I haven't
Um,
figured it out, it's that I haven't looked how to do it. Uh,
oh,
oh God.
it's yeah, uh it's honestly not that hard. I will show you later. Okay? All right, hold on a second. Let me do one more announcement. Okay. Yay.
Yay, another at everyone. And then people yell at me for it. Very cool.
I know.
We're gonna get
Everyone's are the
Fawful.
best.
Let us see. I think we're still not having Ender this time.
Hmm?
Are we gonna have Ender with us this time?
Andrew?
Or yes, I don't think we are.
No. But I think Fawful should be coming online soon.
Yes, it's just off of work. Just off of work, so he shall be with us soon. Hello, Killian's in chat. The one and only man who beat the alphabetical order.
The hero that we never knew we needed.
Oh, look, Jess already complains via a GIF. Very cool. Running into all kinds of different weird stuff today.
Oh, goodness. Um, all right, hold on a second. Let me open. So we have the pieces. Oh yes, the files. Nice.
Yeah, you have the
Nice.
files.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me open these up.
Uh-oh. Oh, Jackson Parks on Twitch. No, we're not doing. We don't do song lists or any sort of submissions today.
Yeah.
We're doing cooler stuff today. Uh,
All right, let me go. Hold on a second. Let me just double check that you guys can hear the audio coming out of my Can you guys hear it?
I can.
But it's not very loud, right? Actually, you know what?
Yeah, no, not really.
Yeah. I think I know why. It's because yeah, no, I can resolve it pretty easily. Um, I just have to download the file, then drag it into here. Okay. Now you guys can hear it pretty well, right?
Yes.
Okay, now it's way better. Okay, guys. Yeah, we're gonna start reviewing some more. Oh wait, is Fawful on yet? Fawful's not on.
Not, not really, but Fro saying season 5, episode 2 for the reviews. Very funny. Uh, finally at season 5.
This is episode 5.
No, this is episode 2 of season 5 because it's the second time we're doing the reviews.
Um,
We're all very excited for the season finale, I guess.
what is the season finale?
The fan pieces video when it's all done, edited, recorded,
Oh yeah,
and
that's right.
everything. That's the
That's
season
right.
finale.
That is the hard part.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
the
people are already asking for behind the scenes. That's very funny.
this is the easy part.
Watching my streams was the behind the scenes,
That's
reviewing all of that
that's true. That's
manually,
true.
building the spreadsheets, everything. That was behind the scenes.
That everything about you is behind the scenes, okay?
Yes, my entire life is the behind the scenes for this server.
You are the backbone of behind the scenes.
I am the scenes, and we're looking at behind me.
No, you are the
Am I?
behind. You are the behind.
Yes.
Without you,
As
there's
it should.
only the scenes.
Without me, there's only the basics, no musical.
That's true, actually. Yeah, exactly. Everyone ping falafel because he is such a homebody that he's not
Oh no, I'm not even gonna contribute. I'm gonna warn all of you for rule 3 and mass pinging, including
mass
Lionel.
mass ping falafel.
Yes. This is great.
This is called state sponsored harassment.
Yes. Uh,
we we're basically no better than the USSR.
no, not really. About to change your Twitch title to harassing one of my fans.
No, harassing one of my mods. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
that's worse.
Hey,
The Council of Spam will decide your fate.
hey, hey,
Wait, which
hey.
one is the next? That's a great question.
um, yeah, which piece are we? So today, Bat will just we're just gonna skip
uh,
around, and
yeah, we're just gonna do something fun.
Bat will just pick the next piece for us, and it will be depending on who's in the chat, as well as just like that way we can get to everyone, and we don't have to go in alphabetical order. Okay.
Yeah, apparently alphabetical order was too boring for these fools, fools that I call my coworkers and fellow mods.
No one likes
So
alphabetical order,
yeah,
especially not
yeah, no one
Killian.
likes no one likes my work apparently. So we're gonna go and jump around the list here to keep it fresh. Fafel just said that internet problems.
Oh, is he
Uh,
having problems?
yeah, internet being potato right now. So that's fun.
That's great.
That's fine. So we'll wait for him. This is
Um,
okay. 7 minutes,
Fro,
eight
can you
minutes
say
late.
something?
That's fine.
Let's test. I want to get the other judges.
Fro did his microphone test earlier, but it's always fun to to hear some other voices.
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Hello.
Good,
Hi.
good, good. I just want to make sure your voice is the same volume as Bat's voice.
Okay, is it?
It's pretty similar. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
What about Ethan? Can you say something?
Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna try to turn
Very
you down a
good.
little bit. You have a very powerful mic.
I have a pretty big voice.
Okay, now you're softer. All right.
Yes.
So Ethan, when are you traveling for your festival?
Saturday morning.
Ooh,
Hey.
fun.
My piece is being rehearsed that day too.
Hmm?
My piece is being rehearsed Saturday afternoon at like 5 p.m.
Oh, that's awesome.
And we
Man.
get 3 days.
Hell yeah. Sounds like fun. Sounds like fun.
I mean,
Why is Ron on another account?
why is who?
Ron. RRON.
Is that the same Ron that we know and love?
Is it not?
Oh, okay. Then why? Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
Actually, we can't take his word for it. He might be a imposter. He might be the evil doppelganger who came from
Who writes minor pieces? All right.
who yeah. He wrote Summer Reality and he's here too. Just kidding. All right. Okay, did Fawful give another update? Let me see here. I mean, we could we could just do one without him. What do you guys think?
Do his
Eh,
piece. Doesn't he have a piece?
He
Oh, let's
does
do
not
his
have a
piece.
piece. However, we could do Dreamcatcher, which he refrained from judging the last time
Or
because
why?
it's one of his students' Cinnabar's piece, so he didn't want to judge that one. We could do that one.
Okay.
He can't judge it
Interesting.
anyway.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Conflict of
perfect one to start with
interest.
then.
All right, let's do it. Let's
It's
do
called
that.
what? The Dreamcatcher
The Dreamcatcher.
by Cinnabar.
Yes. Finally, one of the pieces which start with the. Didn't see a lot of those yesterday, the other time,
Are
the
you
last time we
complaining
did.
about this?
What?
No, are you complaining?
Oh, no, it's just a random fact.
I love it when the pieces start with duh. It just
Oh,
makes
my
it
piece
seem
started with the.
it just makes it seem more, specific. It's not any Dreamcatcher, it's the Dreamcatcher.
Ghost Angel asks, so do you do mine after? Like, yeah,
Well,
we can do
if you're on
yours
the chat,
after the
if you're on the chat, we'll
Dreamcatcher.
try to prioritize you, but we cannot guarantee anything.
Oh, I mean, I can because I'm the one making the order, right?
Well, Bat is a extremely temperamental person, so if he doesn't like you, then then no. Okay.
Is everyone required to talk? No one is required to talk.
The
In
only
fact,
people,
no one will talk other than the five of us.
the
Because we
judges,
gotta go.
the judges
We
have to
gotta go
talk.
fast. Yeah.
The judges
Don't
have to
talk
talk.
into-
If they don't talk, then they are not doing
Yes.
their judging job. Okay, guys, this is called Tranquility. No. Okay, so we're gonna be on Twitch. Can you paste the Twitch link? I'm currently streaming my screen on Twitch, but I'm not streaming it on Discord for the simple reason that Discord's stage channel does not work for screen sharing,
Yeah, because they kind of suck like that.
which I still don't understand. Like they I mean like so like basically us as a partnered server, we're like promoting their stage channels, right? They all asked us to do these kind of events, and then everyone complained like there's no screen share, and they're like, oh yeah, that's a feature, not a bug.
All right. So, are we gonna get to it?
Did you put in the link into the chat?
I put your Twitch link on the chat. Yes.
Can you pin it?
Can I pin it? I can.
Yeah.
However, I was gonna ask because Cinnabar asked me to provide the context to this piece, which is a little text on the MuseScore link. So I'll just go ahead and read it
Go for it.
before the piece starts. This is the second piece to the Tranquilities, a Genshin-inspired piece. Program note: the A section reflects on the magical, peaceful dreams one may experience, which vary as the melody varies and modulates. The whole tone section shows the dreams distorting, they become more unclear as they take you on a journey where you do not know where you will end up. The B section reflects on more expressive, deep dreams which someone may experience. Questions are brought up where some are answered and some are not. This is a brief interpretation of my piece, dedicated to a good friend of mine.
Okay.
That's
Great.
that's it. Yes.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Bat. All right, here we go. Dreamcatcher. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit. Okay, I think that's a good point to pause. I think we get the feeling and the vibe of the piece, right? I mean, it's a 7.5 minute long piece.
Yeah, I think it's the longest submission we have.
Okay, cool. All right, judges.
Yeah, I definitely hear the Genshin inspiration in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that, and this is like a recurring theme, but having more interest in the accompaniment, and specifically in the left hand, what if at some point the left hand had the melody, rather than left hand accompaniment, right hand melody, the entire time, because with this texture, it gets kind of predictable after a while, especially since the tempo is pretty much the same throughout. So something to think about.
Right. That does seem to be a kind of recurring theme in some of these submissions. In a lot of these submissions is the variation, or like the potential for variation and more dynamic accompaniments. Yeah, Fro.
I can really hear the purple influences in this piece. I think it's very sophisticated. I love the harmony. I love how you take your time to really develop the melodies, and I think it's a very great and interesting piece. However, one thing that I miss by listening to this is some more contrast, because it sounds kind of like similar all the way through. I mean, the B section wasn't very different from the A section. It was just a little bit more classical, in my opinion.
Right.
It would be nice to have some more like very dark, or something that is very sudden, or that has something very an element of surprise almost, because it's like after listening for like 1 minute, I could almost predict what the next page was gonna sound like.
Yeah, you never want to be too predictable in music. Like,
yeah,
true. You want to be familiar, but not predictable to the point of where the audience can figure out everything. Yeah, I agree. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and give our score.
I have been requested because of course the composer can't make it here himself. Requested to remind y'all that there are like context and program notes in the MuseScore link.
Yeah, Bat read those. Bat read the notes before we played. Fall.
Good.
Yeah. So.
Then my job is done.
But you're not allowed to judge us. Yeah, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, of course. I am certainly not allowed to give this 1,000,000,000 points.
All right, cool. Let's put in our scores in the chat. Judges who can judge. And Bat, if you could put my score in.
No, I'll put
I would
put
appreciate
yours
that.
in as well.
All right.
All right.
What is our next piece?
So our next piece is called Inspiration from Ghost Angel in chat.
Okay.
I think they were just about here. So let's review that piece about now before they gotta go.
All right. Okay.
Found it.
Inspiration by who?
Inspiration by Ghost Angel.
Why is there
They
no
provided.
why is there no title or composer name? Like, come on.
That's a great question.
Person who
For next time.
person who
here's
wrote
some, here.
it's like submit your sheets properly, submit with proper titles and composer name actually at least look, that's basic stuff.
We need a workshop. Oh, shit.
What?
Dear God. We need like a workshop on formatting our pieces with like the title page and front matter and stuff.
Okay,
Yes, that
that's
could be useful.
that actually sounds like a great idea. All right. All right. Yeah, I kind of just skipped ahead because it was kind of sounding the same. Okay, cool. Before the judges give any notes, I just want to remark that the key signature here is horrendous. It's clearly an F minor, and you should just notate it as that in the future. All right. I mean, judges, do you guys have anything to say?
Thoughtful.
There were a surprising number of things that were done interesting with the harmony, like little bits of Phrygian and things that I wouldn't necessarily expect. The problem is they aren't really prepared for, because a lot of everything here is very the same. So some
Yeah.
interesting things, but because they just pop in like somewhat randomly, it's hard to actually get used to it and be like, oh yeah, this is what's happening here as a listener. I don't think the solution means get rid of those moments. It means prepare for those moments better, have more variation. I'm sure the other judges will dig into that last little bit a lot more.
Yeah. Fro, Ethan.
Fro.
Yeah, I agree with Waffle.
Okay.
But one thing that I find is a problem in this piece is that I feel like this piece is really lacking melodic material. This piece could be great for like for accompanying like an ensemble or orchestra or something, but not as a standalone piece because it sounds like accompaniment to me. I lack some of that beautiful melody.
Well, yeah, definitely. All right, Ethan, anything?
Yeah, for me, for this kind of aesthetic, which is very film scorey, very minimalist, you kind of need to blow my socks off. You need to do something really, really crazy for me to listen to the piece for more than like 10 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, I think. I mean, he definitely needs to get more experience writing. Okay, agreed.
Yeah.
All right, let's give scores in the chat. Judges. All right. Meanwhile, Bat, why don't you tell us our next
Meanwhile,
piece?
our next song, our next submission is called Memories. It's from a very
Ah,
very special composer here from the community called Fro. He's one of the judges. So he shall not be judging his own piece.
wonderful. Let's.
Okay,
Are you
cool.
ready for your? Since you're on, Fro, why don't you tell us? You want to tell us, or you don't?
A
Just
little
want-
bit
I can
about
tell
your
you a little bit.
piece.
Okay.
Yeah, so this piece is dedicated to my grandfather who passed away from cancer like 10 and a half years ago now. But he was always a very like important person in my life and in my career as a musician. So I've been wanting to write this piece for quite some time, but I never felt like ready to do it. But yeah, here it is. And the title Memories refers to like the memories that you have from persons that may no longer be with you,
Aw,
both the happy ones and the sad ones. So yeah, that's it.
that's beautiful. All right, cool. Let's listen to this. Memories by Fro. Wow, very passionate piece, bro.
I apologize for my horrendous performance of that one.
Shut up. That was not horrendous at all. I mean, all right. I will let the other judges say their comments first. I do have some comments as well.
It's so clear that this is a piece that means a lot to you. You can tell in the craftsmanship and all of the emotion that you put into it. But some of the transitions, not that they seem wonky, they just don't exist. So I just wanted to ask you about that. Bro.
The transitions, yeah. So the only explanation I have is that I was stressing out about this piece and deadline was coming up. So
Oh.
Come on,
I kinda
Rasmus.
I know. I wish I mean I'm not happy with them either, but it was either submit this or not. So I just did some quick
How
stuff.
dare you not submit something that is 100%?
Perfect.
I know.
How dare you pulled a Ethan?
Oh no.
When did
feel
you
like-
start working on this?
So the melody I've had for like over a year, but I never started to compose the actual piece until like I think it was like June or something where I started. But I procrastinated a lot.
Right. And then okay, were you like inspired by like the Turkish march and the French piece that the whatever that melody?
Which French piece? I don't know. The Turkish march. Yeah, there is a story behind that one as well.
This melody.
Wait, does that melody exist?
Yeah. It does,
Oh.
right?
I did not know
I've
that.
heard it before. Wait. Oh no, it's does you didn't I thought you took it from like a famous piece. Is it not?
No, that's my melody.
It's your melody.
I
Sounds
think I hope.
super familiar.
I'm not sure.
It sounds okay. Hold on a second. All right. It does sound very familiar. It's not the up theme, but wait, is it? Oh, is the sound kind
It
of like
has
up?
similarities
Is there similarity?
a little bit, but
it
I wouldn't
sounds-
say that it's
It does
that.
sound like a little bit like up.
I will
Oh.
confirm it is not, in fact, the melody to Married Life.
Okay, it's not.
It's not.
Okay. All right. Falfa, why don't you give your review?
Honestly, I think this piece either should be like 50% longer or what I'm going to call the third theme, what you introduce around measure 70, just shouldn't exist. I think there's stuff that you're doing that are interesting with each of your themes, but I feel like that time should be spent towards actually developing the two themes that you've already introduced.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, as Ethan said, some of the transitions between these ideas is super non-existent as well. So maybe there'd be something that you could do before measure 70 to justify it a little bit more. But I think the safest thing would be instead to just like give each of your ideas the full amount of time to speak. Right? Like you're not even 16 measures in before you start introducing the what we'll call the up-like theme. And you've barely gone over the first theme, which is still clearly important because you spend time later going back over it and re-reviewing it. So it's not just like an intro one-off thing. I feel like more time should have been spent there as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good analysis. And I just wanted to say, like, I feel like at the end the piece sounds totally different, like a totally different piece. Like starting at like measures like 140, 130. It seems like you stop. You didn't bring back any of the original themes, right, that you introduced earlier. But I think overall your writing is very beautiful, and harmony-wise, it's excellent. And yeah, just some structural work, structural
Yeah.
improvements will benefit you greatly. But
Yeah.
okay, cool. Judges or scores. Yes.
Yes. Let's put the scores in chat.
All right.
To memory is
Baticon, what is our next piece?
this. Our next piece is called. Now it's a German word, and I do not want to butcher it, but I have no choice as that it's the file name. So here goes. It's called Vergangenheit, which translates to past, from Mulgamer in chat.
Okay, hold on a second.
Let's see if they're still in here. Mulgamer.
All right.
Hopefully. Oh well.
Vergangen. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna assume it's German.
It means past, as I just said.
Vergangenheit.
Oh, okay.
These are F's in German.
These are what?
These are F's.
Oh.
They're pronounced like F.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Language Nazi over here.
Uh-oh.
This is German we're speaking about. Nazi is literally the last word that you want to use.
Uh-oh. I can already see the people with
Well-
angry pitchforks on Twitter canceling Lionel. Let's
Panic.
let's rapidly move on from Lionel being Lionel here. New
All right,
piece.
let's hear this this word or this piece, okay? All right, I let that piece play in full because it was so enjoyable actually at some points. I don't know. I felt like I enjoyed it. Um, the groove, especially with that middle section. You know, I mean the main theme. I love it. I love it. All right, judges.
Waffle, Fro, Ethan, any one of you?
Um, since you said my name first, I guess I'm
Oh, yeah.
obligated now. This, stylistically speaking, reminds me a lot of some of my first pieces. Which, I mean, first of all, that says good things about your ability to mature as a composer in the future. But the specific thing that I would look at that that I struggled a lot when I was at that stage was trying to change things in a way that, you know, like you could tell that it was the same piece, but also they weren't necessarily interchangeable. And that's one of the things that I'm noticing. Like, you're sort of, I'm gonna call it ragtime-ish, stride-ish B section uses the exact same harmonic material that the A section does, that the C section does, right? It's in a way there's a lack of defying expectation that I would love to see in this piece.
Yeah.
You know, taking some of the ideas that you have and just, you know, doing something unique
Yeah.
from what you've done earlier.
Yeah. Agreed. Fro?
Yeah, I think it was. I agree with you, Lionel. It was a very enjoyable piece, and I really enjoyed it. However, I think there's a little bit too much going on in this piece. Like you have like 4 or 5 different sections, and there is really no connection between them, and you don't let them develop to its full potential. So it kind of feels like multiple pieces squished together in a way. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Ethan?
I really like this piece. There's something about it being so wonky and kind of extremely contrasting between the sections that I'm like, I kind of vibe with it, even though, you know, you guys have great points that you should definitely develop these things a bit more, but just one being like really serious and one being kind of funny and funky, I don't know, milk that. If you're gonna be crazy, be really crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, you have some great ideas, man. So just have to work on your style and dig into it.
Yes.
All right. Next, give the scores in the
Judges,
chat.
let's put our scores in chat.
And Bat, what is our next piece?
The next piece that we will be listening to is called The New Dawn from a familiar around De Los Santos in chat.
Ooh.
Is he still here? With his little alt account? Is he still here? Bepic.
Hold on a second. A new dawn.
Right. Yes.
Oh my god. This is long. Ron, I'm gonna have to skip a little bit of this. I'm gonna skip around a little bit, okay?
He's gonna skip the whole thing.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's just skip to the next one. This is we don't do repeats of composers, especially not Filipino ones. All right. A new
We've
dawn.
never ever done that before. Ever.
Yeah, that would be against all of my ethics. So
That's a sin, actually.
yeah. I know. It's 6 minutes, and I already gave it 5 minutes, but
Which means it's so close to the end. Just finish it.
Waffle is very unsatisfied with this piece right now.
It's no. It's I can't. The max I gave is 5 minutes, and I gave that to Fro already, and
damn.
I don't want to
Yeah.
let pieces go over 5
Let us
minutes.
judge.
Oh my god, that was so good. Like literally, I'm about to cry. That was all right, judges, go ahead. Let's start with Ethan.
Yeah, I'm a bit biased because I've listened to this piece before and I've heard the whole thing.
Okay.
And I am very, very, very jealous of your pianistic writing. Really great textures. It feels very cohesive and consistent throughout. And you don't even need to use very spicy harmonies. It's diatonic all throughout. And congrats! It's just a really, really stunning piece.
Yeah. Fro.
Yeah, it's very beautiful, very stunning and magical and dreamy and all that. So it's a very good piece. However, I think this piece lacks something, to be completely honest, because this piece could work perfectly as background music for like a movie or an anime or something, but like as a standalone piano piece, I think it gets quite repetitious after a while. And I love how you develop the theme. It's not like it's not the same all the way through, which I like, but it's still quite repetitious how it like sounds in general.
Okay.
So yeah, that's how I feel.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fawful.
I think me and Fro are sharing the same brain cells right now, because I'm pretty sure I would have said pretty much exactly the same thing had I come up first.
Okay.
But since that's already been said, the one thing I'm not entirely sure about is the idea of your like D dominant chord to the G major, and like obviously perfect cadences are perfect cadences, and so you should expect to see them pretty much everywhere. But I think in like the sort of harmonic context that you've crafted, that it feels weirdly strong. Where everything else is sort of existing in this Plagal land, you have this perfect authentic cadence that brings you to the fore of the key. And I don't know, something about that makes me feel like we are in the wrong spot. Just in like this really, really subtle way.
So you're saying the G dominant chord, right?
The D dominant chord to G major. Example of that would be at measure 127.
This piece is in D though. This piece is in D.
Yes. And it uses like the C natural. Like it's one of the few accidentals you actually see in the piece.
Oh, okay. So when he uses the C major, C major then. Oh no, sorry, D. No, never mind. Can you give a measure number?
Yeah, so that's 127. I'm not going to be able to play that.
Okay, no worries. Yeah.
But measure 127 is an example. I know that I heard that same idea another time, but I can't find that measure number.
Okay. No, I think that's good feedback. I mean, look, this is the reason why we do this review, It's not to give feedback like this to the composers. So yeah, thanks, Fawful. And yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely gorgeous piece, and I think it could be slightly shorter, but only by like maybe like 15%, Otherwise it's perfect. It's really good. And yeah, Ron, you're really improving, and I'm very proud of your progress, honestly. Okay, cool. Let's get some scores in the chat from the judges.
Alrighty, let's see here. And 9 from Lionel. 4.
Lionel only saying it should be shorter so I can listen. Yeah, it was. I was like, I don't want anyone to go over 5 minutes or even 4 minutes, but we'll have to make some exceptions for good writing. What's the next piece?
Our next piece is called. Just hold on a second. Our next piece is called In Castellum from Bra Nam in chat.
Okay.
Yes.
And wait a second. I think
In Castellum.
Is this? I think Bin Nam, or the person in the chat. Is this the same piece that you submitted for like the? Okay.
Yeah,
for
from
like
Bin
the previous
Nam Lao.
previous like 2 episodes. Because I've seen this title before.
Double dip. Let us see. I think it's the second person. No, it was in episode 2 only. Well, that's still.
Oh, they submitted episode 2? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's
That's-
listen to it again with fresh ears. Okay? In Castellum. And if you want to tell us in the chat what it means, then that'll be great. Okay? Okay, wow. That was cool. That was really cool. For MIDI playback, that was very well. That sounded very enjoyable. All right, Fro, let's start with you this time.
Yeah, I really like this piece. I think it's very good. I like how you make variations to the theme so it never sounds repetitious, and it's just interesting all the way through. One thing that I'm missing though is some more contrast, I would say, because like it's very heavy and very minory, and I miss like
A B
I'm not
section?
really sure. I'm not really sure. Some kind of B section, because it's like you just spam like the A section all over the place in different variations, and I love it. But yeah, some kind of very clear B section that is different to break up the similarity of the piece, I think would be really cool. But other than that, I think it's very nice, very cool piece.
Yes. All right, Fawful.
Yeah. A lot of the same. But I'm willing to say that I feel like the left hand runs that you have pretty early on, like the solid eighth note runs, like from measure, this is 24 up to 31. I
Yeah.
don't think that's doing you any favors. It feels like that's supposed to be carrying the melody in terms of like the level of activity and the amount of weight that each of the notes have. But the actual melody is being played in the right hand, and I'm sure there's some things that like the MIDI playback is not doing you favors necessarily, but it's a little bit hard for the listener to necessarily pick out where the melody is being played in this. And it
feel like
makes it
that's
feel
more-
like the melody is very rhythmically static, whereas in the sections before and after it felt really, really rhythmically interesting. I don't think the section after that, like immediately after that, does you any favors with that impression either.
I just want to say, like, that section is not going to be easy to play, but I think it doesn't. If you look at it from like a counterpoint standpoint, it kind of, it's cool. It's a cool bass line. It's like a bass line, basically.
It is. It's really just the being able to make, I think, the bass line more rhythmically interesting. I feel like just because you're doing something with the rhythms in the right hand doesn't mean you can't do anything with the rhythms in the left hand as well.
Okay. All right, fair point. Ethan.
Yeah, the one thing that kind of sticks out to me in this piece are bars 72 to 103. Because a lot of the outer sections of this piece, they feel the same. Whereas this one, 72 through to 103, it's kind of a big compilation of generic romantic textures. But not that it sounds bad, but it just sounds contrasting in a bad way from the outer section. So that's something to think about.
Okay, that's a really good point. Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, at the end, I feel like the end seemed a little bit too much. Like, you could have toned down the end by like maybe like 40%, and it would just be a stronger effect to finish it. Finish the piece on a bang. But you don't want to like do like triple bang, because it just felt like it was a little bit too much at the end. But yeah, I agree with all the other judges. Let's go ahead and give scores to this piece.
This piece in Castellum, let's see the scores. 7.5. That's good. All right. Our
Alright.
next piece is called Light of Omega from Rarukos Muspos, otherwise known as the same thing in Discord.
Wait, what? What's the piece called?
The piece called Light of Omega
Okay.
from Rarukos Muspos on Discord.
Okay. Awesome. Let's take a look.
Let's check this out.
Rarukos. I think I've seen him on the Twitch as well. Okay. Light of Omega. Battle for freedom and hope. Um, very intense in some ways. I know the other judges are gonna comment on it, but just from my personal viewpoint, the measures from like 31 to 40-ish, the hand switching does not seem necessary, especially because you have basically the melody still in like the top section, so you can just have the right hand play that. Like it just seems totally pointless to have the hand switching here, and it just makes everything harder for the pianist, for the performers. Okay. All right, Ethan, let's start with you.
Yeah, this piece has a lot of really interesting, strong ideas. There's a a primal quality to it that we haven't seen in any other piece so far. And I don't think that the piano really does it justice. Like, I would want to see something like this written for like a bigger ensemble. Like, I can imagine someone like a throat singer singing the melody in this piece, and I would be so much more engaged with it. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
Okay. Yeah. Fro.
Yeah, I was about to say the exact same thing as Ethan, actually. I mean, I could definitely imagine this piece to be played by something other than a piano. Because I feel like you have an idea in your head that is really good, but once you try to notate it on the piano, it just doesn't get through the way you want it to on the piano. The piano isn't epic enough for this piece.
How dare you question the epicness of the piano?
But
okay.
in some kind of way.
Yeah. Fair point.
But yeah, it's like this piece is trying to be something that it isn't. But there is still some very great potential to be found
Okay.
within this piece of sheet music right here.
Within
good
this
job.
piece of sheet music. All right, Fawful.
This is, in fact, a sheet on which music is written.
Oh my god. What an observation.
Are you ready for engraving? No, I'm not going to get into all of the details, but the engraving on this is not great. I would strongly consider just like thinking about why the symbols that you're using exist and what they're normally used to represent, and whether you can't solve that in a simpler way. Like, you have this whole like repeat structure and a first ending just for the sake of repeating a single measure when you could have just like copied that measure over. It's really not that big of a deal to copy that measure over.
Yeah.
You have like these
the tremolos are on
the tremolos. You have like the dynamics of measure 14 through 16, where like the right hand dynamics are in the middle of the staff instead of on top.
Wait, what? Right hand dynamics are supposed to be in the middle of the staff.
Not when there's separate left hand dynamics.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm like 80% sure on this. You know, maybe don't sue me if I'm wrong, but I would feel more comfortable reading
I feel
it.
I feel like the whole right hand left hand dynamics only kind of evolved with the MIDI playbacks, you know? Yeah. Like, I don't think composers in the past did that, you know?
Fair.
Yeah.
Regardless, I know for sure the pedal markings are very wrong.
Oh.
There are other types of pedal marking than the angled ends.
Yeah,
Those are supposed to be for the middle.
We could probably spend like 20 minutes analyzing. I mean, calling out the engraving stuff.
Yeah, we could. I'm gonna shut up now.
No,
thank you.
Fix your shit.
Fix your shit. All right. All right. Scores, judges.
Let us put our scores in chat.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love to spend more time on all of these pieces and discuss them in more detail.
We need to move on.
Yeah, we're just trying to get to more.
Okay. Go on. So let us move on to this piece called "Soaring on the Blissful Wings."
Okay.
From none other than Viro in the server, fairly active person.
I've heard of him. Yeah, sounds familiar.
So yes, you heard it here, folks. If Lionel has heard of you, you are now legally successful. So let us.
Dedicated to Zulaski. Oh my.
Ah, yes.
Oh my. We
I
have,
do believe Zulaski is in here.
well, Zulawski is a god, so let's face it, it's not uncommon to see this. All right, Sorry on Blissful Wains. Okay. Um. Great. I don't know what to say. This piece this piece is something else. All right. Let's start with Awful.
Yeah, so there are definitely some like really, really nice ideas that you have here. The one thing I'm not super sure about is like the transitions between ideas, because a lot of times it's punctuated by like just an extended break of silence. And silence is a great tool. Don't be afraid to use it, but when you're using it for so long, sometimes it feels like the piece is about to end, or just has already ended.
Right.
So
Okay.
fill in the space between your ideas, connect them together, in a way that makes it feel like this is actually the same piece, and not like 3 or 4 separate movements, because the way that you're combining the ideas later on, it says, oh, this is the same piece, but the way that you're separating in performance says this is separate movements.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Fro?
So I'm gonna be completely honest right now.
Uh-huh.
I'm a very big fan of this piece. I really like this piece.
Uh-huh.
I think it's so good and so interesting to listen to, and I agree to some extent to what Fafel said about some of this stuff. And I will also like to add that, like, the true ending to the piece, like if the final 4 bars are very underwhelming
Uh-huh.
compared to what have happened before, and I think the ending could be extended by a few more measures to really emphasize the ending of this piece, because it
Agreed.
feels very sudden
Agreed.
in a
agreed.
way. But other than that, I'm a very big fan.
Okay, Ethan.
Interesting point of view, Fro. I agree with Fafel's points that this piece definitely needs a lot of work in developing all these ideas and making it a lot more cohesive. Something that struck me from the very beginning is that it feels like it needs like an intro. It feels like it starts in the middle of the piece. So working on your dramatic timing, and letting things play out a bit longer, and planning out, okay, this section is going to be an entire build up. This section is going to be fully just the main melodic content.
No, that's a great point. All right. Yeah. I don't have much to add past the other judges. All right, let's give our scores.
Lionel still pulls the I agree with all the judges card. Very cool.
I mean, no, I mean, I definitely do think it's kind of disjointed, the melodies here.
Bro feels like all the judges are gonna get so memed on after this. I think all the judges have already
Wait,
been.
Fro, what
so
are you on?
What are you on?
I can already see it happening.
Hey, it's okay to disagree amongst the judges, okay? If you guys disagree, just don't have like cat fights or anything. Like
Just don't have
Pooja.
opinions.
No, just don't
kidding.
just don't get spicy about it.
Just only have my opinion.
Yeah,
Oh,
only
yes.
my opinion. Only one person's opinion matters. All right. What's our next
All
piece?
right. Our next piece is called the Golden Sonata First Movement
Okay.
from Pro Mark,
Okay.
otherwise known as Beast Gaming 4935 in the Discord server.
All right. Amazing.
It's
amazing.
definitely not our Mark, whose piece already has been reviewed, I think. I do believe.
And okay, this sheet music actually looks so bad that I don't even know if I want to review it. Yeah, let's just skip it. Sorry, I'm not tolerating this submission. Yeah,
Oof.
we're skipping this. Because just look at,
No.
I mean, if
Yeah,
people
no,
look
I
at my Twitch
usually
stream, I don't
do,
think I have to
like-
explain it. Yeah.
I actually don't know what happened there.
I mean, it just looks too bad. No. All right, next.
Let's look at some. Yeah, okay. Let's add DQ here, so I'll know, so I'll remember.
Okay. Yeah,
Interesting.
we'll
Andrew rated this 5, which is interesting. Right, let's see here. Night Blooming Sirius. Let's see.
okay.
Night Blooming Sirius from Melody Low, otherwise known as Mellow Yellow in the Discord server.
Okay. Cool. Let's go ahead and listen to this. I mean, that was certainly extremely mellow. Very, very chill. I love it. I mean, I love the vibe, honestly. Judges, let's start with Fro.
Okay. Yeah, it's very, very cool. Very cool piece. I was kinda waiting for something more interesting to happen after a while. That didn't happen. But it's fine because the piece is cool still. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to say right now, so I
Sure.
might be back later.
Okay. Ethan.
Yeah, it's cool. It's chill. One of the submissions where it wasn't really that focused on critique. I was just jamming the whole time. So you can't deny that this is a piece that has immense craftsmanship and a lot of experience behind it. So congrats.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Fawful.
Oh, my time has come.
Oh no.
So first of all, I love the tensions on everything, everywhere. It's great. It's great. Thank you so much. My main comments, like how I feel like this could be improved, is first of all, you've set up your chord progression, like very early on in the piece. I would love to see material that feels like it's trying to be a solo. Like there's a little bit of it, but I feel like I want to see more soloing. I want to see those harmonic ideas from the very beginning come back with all sorts of additional textures on top, right? Where the right hand is doing all sorts of things that aren't just scalar runs. Scalar runs are great, but there's a lot of other things that you can do to make this interesting.
Okay.
I would recommend like taking some transcriptions of other famous jazz pieces from people like Charlie Parker. And Charlie Parker is a saxophonist, of course. So, you know, he's going to be able to do some things that you aren't. But a lot of the ideas can translate over very, very easily. The other thing is just orchestrate this for something larger. I can totally see this being performed with a bunch of strings and well, a saxophone or a trumpet doing the melody lines and having them trade off between these different solos. I feel like you could get a lot of good stuff out of bringing it out of the solo piano area and
Okay, well, this is a
pushing
solo
it
piano fan submissions whatever competition, so but
Lionel
yes.
has had enough.
Huh?
Let's judge. So you've had enough of him giving feedback.
No,
So
no,
let's
I'm just saying, you know, it is, we are
limit it on
it makes
time.
sense. It makes sense. Yeah. It makes sense. Okay.
Let us put our judgings for scores in the channel.
All right.
Everyone's anticipating Faffel's 50 over 10.
No, I don't think he's gonna give. I mean,
He's legally not allowed to give anything
as a
above 10.
non-jazz person, I'm like, this is fantastic, but I think for someone who does know jazz stuff, like, he's probably not gonna give it that high of a score. I don't know. All right, and Bat, what is our next piece?
Our next piece is The Sound of Rain from Des.
Okay.
Hopefully they're still in the chat right now. Ah, yes, here we go.
The sound, is it another
This,
duh?
yes, your favorite kind of piece, The Sound of Rain.
It's not a sound or any sound. It's the
It's
sound.
not Lionel's Sound of Rain for sure. Put
how
that on
dare
your score
you.
title the next time you want to impress Lionel.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Lionel's
automatic
Sound of Rain.
automatic
Yes.
acceptance if you put my name in the title.
Oh no. Ethan's gonna submit the Y next time.
All right. The sound of
Let
rain,
us
guys.
enjoy.
Okay, cool beans, cool beans.
Before we get to anything, Des has actually DM'd me a little something about their piece
Wait,
and
who?
asked me to read it, like a little paragraph, just like we did with
About
Cinnabar's
the sound of
piece.
rain?
Yes, about the
Okay,
Sound
okay,
of
okay.
Rain.
All right, let's hear it.
Let's hear it. Really, there isn't really too much meaning to my piece since I made it literally the day before composition, so they pulled an Eaton as well. Good to know. Good to know that I wasn't the only one. But as far as the name goes, I choose the name The Sound of Rain because the main melody of the piece is made up of nothing but descending quarter notes. If the quarter notes were thought of as raindrops and them falling to earth was the same as them descending down the musical staff, then we have The Sound of Rain.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. Um, All right, cool. Let's start with Ethan.
Yes, there are some interesting textures in this piece that I really liked. Like bars 23 to 33. That really caught me off guard.
Okay.
You were pretty conservative as far as the range goes. It's pretty much in like the mid register of the piano. So something
Right.
that you could have done to make it a little bit more engaging is using the extreme registers. And one more thing, it's a little bit generic in the beginning. You know, like the pattern of the arpeggio, and the soulful melody in the right hand. Listening to that, I was like, oh my god, not another one. But
yeah,
yeah, just something to think about.
it definitely got more interesting later than the beginning. Fro.
It definitely sounds like rain. I agree with that. And to be honest, I would like more of that because I feel like the first like 8 measures of the piece, it started very good. It really evoked some kind of feeling of rain, but then you kind of let go of that idea, and it became more of a like thunderstorm or whatever. I would like more of that like calm feeling that it has going on in the beginning, because to be honest, the first measures was my favorite part of the piece. Yeah.
Okay. Fawful.
Yeah. I don't know. I felt like this piece. I think Ethan hit the nail on the head when he used the word generic. Like I didn't feel particularly wowed by anything. I didn't feel like anything particularly stood out in a negative light either, which generally is a pretty good sign. But it didn't feel like there was anything particular that I was like, oh, wow, this is done fantastically and uniquely.
Well, considering that he wrote
I,
it one day beforehand, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, like it tracks the level of effort put in results in the level of output that you get.
Sure.
I definitely would want to hear this again with, an extra layer or two of polish added. And to the composer, if you ever actually do make that, please post it in original content and ping me, because I want to hear it.
Aw. Okay. Cool. Let's get some scores. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with other judges. It got a little it lost me in actually like near in the middle sections. Although it was very nice at some points too. Okay. Next
All
piece.
right. Next piece is called Midnight Circus from Katricia S, otherwise known as Cobalt Katricia in the Discord server.
Okay. Cool. Let's see here. Okay. Midnight Circus by Katricia S. All right. Hey, cool. An interesting piece. Ethan, start with you.
I feel like this is a very Lionel-esque piece, especially with the beginning.
Oh, does it
Do you
really?
agree?
I mean,
I think so.
there's
With like the rhythm in the beginning, I was like, oh, this is kind of a Lionel thing to do.
Okay.
I think this is a very strong piece, and you do have transitions, which we've gotten a lot of people on about, but I think they can be even longer, and that can make it more cohesive. Was there anything else I was gonna say? Did I forget something? On to me. Yeah, move on.
Okay. Fro.
Good job.
Yeah, I love the vibe of this piece. I can't speak. I like how you start the piece with like this 8-note pattern that is just vamping and going on in the background. It's very hectic, very stressful. Definitely some kind of midnight circuit. I can definitely agree with the title.
Yeah.
Okay, are you guys ready for it?
Okay.
However, so I think that this piece could need some rest, to be honest, because if you just like scroll through the score, you can just see that it's notes absolutely everywhere, no rest, no spaces for the listener to breathe. It just keeps going on and on and on, and like there is nothing to hold on to really, and I think that's something that kind of ruins this piece after a while.
Okay.
Because it's very
Fair.
difficult to listen to after a while because there's no time for me to really think about what is happening. It's like a roller coaster. It doesn't stop until it crashes or gets back to the stop.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good way to put it.
Cool. Thoughtful.
Yeah, so I love the. I'm going to call it Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. I know it's not, but it feels very evocative of that same sort of whimsical style. And I really appreciate like the direction that you took that sort of idea, that rhythmic identity, and turned it into something unique. I would look at giving your sheet music an extra layer of polish. There's definitely a couple of things here that make me think, that you are a little bit newer to engraving. And if I'm right and you managed to write this piece anyway, like honestly, props to you. You have a lot of like really really good things ahead of you in your future. But engraving aside, yeah, I think a lot of this piece could be improved by giving some breathing room to your ideas. They come one after another, and it's hectic in the way that a circus would be, but also you as a listener, or as someone going to a circus rather, could actually choose to remove yourself from the excitement a little bit. Whereas this piece just sort of keeps going and barreling through. So I would consider, giving a little bit of space, maybe between acts, um, in the circus to, to let the listener breathe a little bit.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I agree with the judges. Yeah. Okay, let's give some scores in the chat. When will the
7.5. That's cool. For the judges. Scores.
Okay, guys. Actually, I do have a revelation to make. that was actually a last minute switch in, which I switched in one of my pieces for Patricia. So when so when Ethan said, "Oh, that sounds very Lionel-esque," I was like, "Oh shit."
You are caught.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You're not joking?
No, he's not, unfortunately.
Oh.
Even before, got my voice. Someone in chat, was it Aus? Not Austin. Maybe?
Wait, did someone else in the chat figure it out?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Hold on a second.
Let's see here.
Oh. Yeah, it was Austin.
Yeah, Austin says he sounds very Lionel-esque.
Who said that?
Austin said that.
Oh. That is hilarious.
Oh no.
Why? Why would you do such a thing to us?
Well, it was switched because it wasn't meant to be there in the first place. We purposely took someone who got denied and just swapped the name of it. And we also purposefully took someone who was not very active to ensure the chances of them being in this PC to 0. All of this was very carefully thought out last night.
I feel betrayed. I feel so betrayed.
Whenever I hear someone like trying to copy your style, I just assume it's because, wow, it's like you playing your fans' pieces as opposed to just random people's pieces, and those people might want to copy your style. So I don't generally give note of that.
Okay, yeah.
But God damn it, Lionel.
No,
Heck you.
that was fun, right? You guys didn't expect that.
No, not at all.
Okay, Ethan, when you said that this sounds very Lionel-esque, did you suspect that it was like a...
No, I just thought it was like a wannabe.
Wow, okay. I was like, oh my god, he figured it out.
At least we did a good job at hiding it.
Oh yeah, I did an amazing job. By the
Should
way,
be an
guys,
actor.
the real title of this piece is Dance of the Mandingo.
No, it's not, is it?
That's it. Oh my god. Yes. Austin, I'm sure you like it because I know it's an epic piece. But I do realize that the judges made some very good points. That's why I wanted to submit it anonymously.
I'm gonna give this score of 0 just because of that.
I mean, that's exactly what Andrew did. So clearly, Andrew doesn't like your piece.
Oh, did he give a 0?
No, he didn't. He didn't judge it. Remember? Bamboozled. All right.
Anyone who gives a 0 is getting fired.
Goodbye, Andrew. It was fun knowing you. Right. Let's quickly move on from that little trickery, that little betrayal. All of you can now legally leave the Discord server without feeling guilty about it. Let us continue with a very special piece 1 from none other than our local squid Zalaski.
Oh, are we reviewing Zalaski's piece? Oh
Yes, the absolute first piece to have been submitted.
The legend.
The squid.
Alright, here we go.
Did you find it?
This is the continuation of Enfant, the second movement For those of you in the chat
Yes.
who have heard Anfang. So let's go ahead and listen. Okay. I mean, I've actually listened to this piece multiple times, so I'm gonna refrain from giving a score on this piece. But
How dare you?
let's start with Fro.
Yeah, I really like this piece. It's short, it's effective, it gets the point through. Also by reading all the text. I didn't have time to read like every single of those like story bits, but I can't speak. Sorry. Those who I managed to read like really fit the melody. However, I think this piece is very static in a way. It's like it tries to move forward, but it feels like some kind of lag almost. I think it's caused by all the eighth notes, and I miss some kind of lyricism, like some lyric parts, because it feels very like it's very heavy with the chords and the octaves, and yeah, I'm not really sure how to word this in a good way.
Fawful?
I'm gonna think about this for a while.
Fawful.
I think this piece suffers from lack of, I don't want to call it development because there is like some melodic development, but harmonic development definitely is relatively non-existent, right? We don't really go ever outside of F minor, at least not in a real way. I mean, there's a bunch of the harmonic minor, which is a given, but I feel like we never really go anywhere. I would love to see like some form of modulation to either C minor or B flat minor, and really go and travel somewhere and take us on that journey.
I
Ethan?
disagree with you on that.
Okay.
I don't think this is a piece that necessarily needs modulation. I think there are many different ways that you can develop material motivically. I'm definitely not a harmonic development person. If I modulate something, it's kind of arbitrary. And I do like the way that this piece develops, but I definitely agree with Fro in that it does get repetitious after a while, and I'm like, okay, I get it. But you have pretty strong ingredients right now, so good job.
Yeah. Okay. Let's give the scores. As I mentioned before, I'll refrain from giving my score.
Which makes my job a lot easier. Thank you. So while we're doing the scores, our next piece is called Depression from Alexandra in chat right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Depression. That sounds pretty dark.
Jumping around.
Actually, I think that
visiting
might.
the
I
first
think.
ones.
I mean, what would be a more negative title than depression?
Don't worry, we have our COVID life in this selection of pieces, so don't you worry. We have worse
We have worse.
feeling titles in stock for you.
All right, let's listen to Depression by Alexandra. And Alexandra, if you're in the chat, you could just tell us what it's about, or some inspiration for the people. Okay. that was more energetic than I expected for a piece called Depression. Yeah. Judges. Fawful, let's start with you.
Uh, there are some very interesting textures here. I'm actually kind of curious, Lionel, do you think some of these leaps are playable? I mean, you would be the one that would be performing it. I'm like seeing leaps where you're doing like one note that's 2 octaves away from either of its neighbors, and
Which measure? Which measure?
Let's say 78 ends in one of those sorts of leaps.
But in the left hand, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could use the right hand for that, but
yeah. But there are others that you can't quite as easily use the right hand for. Say 70.
No, it's true. It's not. I mean, you. I've done larger jumps, especially with like ragtime kind of style pieces or stride kind of style pieces, right? It's not uncommon to have that as long as it's like, But yeah. I mean, it's not gonna be perfectly rhythmic, but it's not impossible.
Fair. Yeah, I'll let the other judges sort of cover the content of the piece itself. Like that feels like my biggest question mark when I look at this piece. Just that. At that speed.
Yeah, at that speed especially. Yeah. Fro?
Yeah, this is a very depressing piece indeed. One problem that I have with this piece, quite similar to Solaski's piece actually, is that there is this constant flow of 8 notes, like literally everywhere. There is not a single rhythmic variation in the left hand, and it's just very static and repetition. And finally, when we arrive in measure 61 or 62, where we finally have like a moment of silence, I really expected some kind of B section. Finally, we arrive at like the contrasting B section or the culmination or something different. But no, we just went back to the beginning and repeated the entire section, and it was very anticlimactic in my opinion. So maybe add some variations in your accompaniment would benefit this piece in a very good way.
Okay. I mean, I thought it was, had a lot of character. The piece itself had a lot of character. Although the tempo does not need to be 200, it should just be 100, and you can make everything 16th notes. That's just a small detail. Ethan.
Yeah, it's very clear that you put a lot of care and a lot of emotion in this piece, and I'm very glad to see that because it's not an easy thing to do for anyone. What was I gonna say? Hold on. Fuck, what the hell was I gonna say? Oh, right, there it is. What stuck out to me in this piece a lot was that the phrasing is a little bit wonky. Like, it's not structured, it's not like a sentence structure, not a parallel period. And I think studying those ideas could get me and my like classically trained ear to follow along a bit more. You don't have to follow structures like that, but it's something to think about.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's give the scores. Yeah.
7.5. That's good. 7.5. All right. Our next piece is called Waltz Number 2 in D minor, or Tragic Dance, from Seb Eng in the Discord server, Sebastian Angel, currently in chat.
Wait, what is it called?
It's called Tragic Dance.
Oh, okay. Tragic dance. That sounds pretty tragic. I mean,
Wow, that was tragic.
this might be the most tragic piece we've ever heard. All right. Let's listen to the tragic dance, which sounds actually like a cuz like if you think about it, right? If you're dancing, you usually aren't it's like the coffin dance people, you know? Okay, anyways, I'll stop. Ahead a little bit. Okay, cool. I mean, it definitely had like those skeleton night. What is it? What is that skeleton movie? The fucking Tim Burton movie. You guys know what I'm talking
Nightmare
about?
Before Christmas.
Yeah, is that the one with the skeletons? That's
I
the-
mean, unless there's another one that I'm not thinking of that has more skeletons.
Yeah. It has that vibe. Yeah, this piece. All right, cool. Let's start with
Ethan.
Fawful.
Let's start with Ethan.
Huh?
Yeah, I said let's start with Ethan.
All
while
right,
you were
let's start with
thinking.
Ethan.
I think this is a solid romantic-ish waltzy piece. Why is it in 3/4 is the question though. It should be
Nah.
like in
6/8.
yeah. It's pretty funky.
Oh,
That's one thing. I admire its simplicity. I really do.
Okay.
But emotionally, expressively, it just doesn't really get me. It's like, okay, it's a good piece. but it doesn't break my heart like Schubert does. So I think looking into music like Schubert, where it is very simple, it is very like folk songy, but it still really really gets you. That would be a great direction for you to go in.
Okay. Cool. Fawful.
Yeah. I feel like there isn't a ton of like glue holding this melody together. It's just the like there are some of the same ideas, and then there are these 16th note runs, which honestly I think just cut the times in half, make those eighth notes, make the baseline quarter notes, keep the 3/4, double the tempo. But in those runs, it feels like you're just doing whatever matches the chord. And it because of that, I think it suffers a little bit. Try and define a specific language from which you're drawing your melodies, instead of just doing runs, essentially. And it'll help make this feel a little bit more grounded.
Okay. Great. Wait, did we? Fro, did you just say something about it?
No, not
Okay.
yet. I'm about to. So I get that this is a waltz, and in terms of a waltz, I think this piece is great. However, there is a lot more to a waltz than the note, chord, note, chord pattern that is present during the entirety of this piece. I mean, check like Chopin's waltzes, for example. He varies the left hand accompaniment a lot. Sometimes there's just a single note. There are different registers of the accompaniment and different kinds of like chord structures and all that. Sometimes there's only a single chord per measure. And in this piece, I think this pattern gets very repetitious after a while. And that's the first thing. The second thing is dynamic. There is not a single dynamic mark in this piece, and I think this piece can be really like there is potential in this piece, but it really needs some dynamic. That would enhance this piece by 1000%. I'm not even joking.
Right.
So yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Cool. Let's get some scores in the chat.
Can we take a break?
Oh, yeah. It's been what, 2.5 hours? Yeah. I mean, sure, we can take a break. How long do you guys
What
want?
time? What time to go back?
Well, I mean, is 15 minutes a good break, or yeah?
It could be shorter, like 10, 7.
Oh, 10 minutes? Okay, yeah.
I would like 15 minutes.
All right. Let's do a 15-minute intermission. All right. If you want to stay, I mean, we'll still keep this thing open. I will continue monologuing because I'm actually not too tired. But I know the judges are all putting in huge amounts of effort and energy to to review these pieces. Bat, are you on the call? No, Bat is also taking a break.
I am still here. I just muted myself because I couldn't resist getting dinner, so I was kind of having dinner in between pieces.
All right.
Speaking
Yeah, you
speaking
should-
of
you should
break
enj-
time, I think it's a great time to actually get Andrew in here, because
No. He's still doing dentistry.
is he?
Stuff.
Because he's
Yeah.
in the BC. Maybe he's just listening too.
He's just listening. Yeah. Just.
He did like okay. If he's still listening, that's okay.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna make some food as well, so I'm gonna mute my mic.
Please God no, we don't want a second grilling stream. It'll be the people's voices. No grilling stream. I will fight anyone. You should unmute me. How about no? How about we do not do that? That's a good idea. Right, it gives me time to pick up the next submission. See, I won't do anything bad. I don't trust that statement at all. Who wants to review my 10 seconds thing? I don't know. I give it 10 out of 10 for 10 seconds.
All right. I actually want to play Ron's piece again. I want to listen to it again. Let's go ahead and do that. Da, da, da. This time we'll play the whole thing. Good old Ron. What a piece. What a piece. It's another piece. We should listen to it again. Let's listen to Yume again. Man, I really think that nothing. I really think that we have the best piano music in this community. All right. Before we start, we shall listen to my piece again.
Nice.
Dance of the Mandingo. All right. Judges, are you guys all back from the break? Do we have a break?
No one came back. You're now all alone on Discord.
No.
I'm back.
I never left.
No, they were all
Fro
here.
is right.
They're eating. Just like Cooper.
I don't actually remember when we started taking the break.
Apparently, Ethan has been keeping a strict 15-minute timer.
Yes.
I don't
It
know.
ends at 50 tomorrow morning.
I played like 3 pieces already, and the combined time of these pieces is 15 15 minutes.
Were the pieces both like all 5 minutes?
Ron's was 6 minutes, right?
Yes.
Killian's was 6 minutes, I think,
That's 12.
right? Wait, was Killian 6 minutes?
And yours was minus 20 minutes, so that checks out.
Mine was 3 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Mine was 3 minutes. So 6 plus 6 plus 3, if I'm not mistaken,
Lionel doing the quick maths.
is like super close to 15. Maybe it's like 14 or 16.
Ethan requests his 20 seconds of break time. That's funny.
All right.
Alright, I think it's fair to say that we can get back
Oh, according to
on
YouTube,
business.
YouTube, you may 29290 subscribe to me.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Michael is asking your piece, the name of your piece, Lionel.
My piece.
Yes,
Dance of the
the
Man.
illegal one.
It is as
Dance of the Mandingo Tingo, I see.
it is a great name.
The Mandingo Tango, yes. Dance of the Revolution in Flames of Snow. Says Eves. What a great suggestion.
Okay. All right, I think we're ready to start. What do you guys think?
I think so too.
Are you ready to start? I'm fall. Wait.
If you're ready to go, I will pull up a piece from the list.
Yes. What is our next piece?
Oh, how fitting. Our next piece is Goonie Goonie, which stands for imagination, from none other than our Ray Marvin Rizal.
Ooh. Another Kintab or another Devi's Wobbly March.
Which one will it be?
Let's hear this. because that just hit the 5-minute mark, and yeah, it was already near the end, but still. Woo! Honestly, that sounded like Contab 2.0 plus like Winter Fantasy plus Awakening. Like, if there was a piece that could sum up episode 3, this would be the piece. Yes, judges.
Waffle.
Do you mind if I go last?
All right, Ethan.
Really beautiful piece, super pretty, very emotional all throughout, and it's very clear that you put a lot of care into all of your work like this. Something that really stuck out to me was that the rhythms feel extremely square. Like there is very little syncopation. In this entire piece, apart from the occasional 6/8 bars, and that coupled with the kind of generic accompaniment patterns, it's a bit hard to look past those things.
No, good point. Good point. Fro.
Yeah, I am very familiar with Rizal's music. I have listened to a lot of his pieces, and to be honest, I wasn't like surprised by anything in particular. This sounds like your typical Rizal piece, and it's a very good piece. But I kind of have to agree with Ethan that it's very generic in some points, especially the accompaniment. There is nothing really unique about the way the left hand is trying to support the right hand.
Mm-hmm.
The section that really caught me off guard was at page 6 in measure 75, because that was so, it came out of nowhere, and it kind of saved the piece a little bit, because finally the pattern that we have heard previously got breaking up, or however you say that, like in a way. So that was a good thing. So yeah, cool.
I mean, that part reminded me of the transitional moment in Winter Fantasy. A lot.
I mean, it's so reminiscent. I was tempted to call it a quote. Of Winter Fantasy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the thing that stood out the most to me was like just a use of what I'll call Phrygian. Like when you are dealing with like this G minor as your harmony, and you are spending a lot of focus on the A flat. And I feel like it sort of is jarring in a way that the rest of the piece isn't. I kind of feel like it could flow more naturally if those were A naturals instead. Just because, you don't have that minor ninth between the root of the chord and the melody. I feel like there's places where you can get away with that. I don't necessarily think that this is one of them. Other than that, a lot of very similar things to what the other judges had to say.
Yeah.
It's done well. It's not done like what's the way to say it? Like it's not done to the level of ingenuity that I know you have.
Right. Yeah. agreed with the other judges, and also like, um, I mean, you know, as I said, it's like Kintab, but like some of the harmonies. Well, exactly some of the sounds, but there's a lot going on here that I feel like you would actually do better if you removed some of the figures and then just try to like shorten the piece down a little bit. Or actually, you know what? Maybe just start a new one. Yeah, that's probably better. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and give our scores.
Let's give our scores.
Goonie. All right, is someone gonna tell me what it means?
It means imagination.
Oh.
I've said it before
wasn't-
while the piece was getting presented. Rizal replied in chat while you were asking about it.
All right, well.
Third time's a charm.
All right, guys, don't like what is it called? Oh God, why can I not talk today? What is the word for like demonize or like to like
Demonized.
not demonize? There's like to castigate. There's another word. All right, like.
To lose your focus.
It's like state-sponsored criticization. What is that? What is that word?
Critique?
No. There's another word for it. Hold on a second. Penalize. Thesaurus. I need a thesaurus right now. Where's... Oh, didn't... Alright, fine.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah, either condemn or denounce. Yeah. Anyways, okay, let's go on. What's the next song?
The next piece is called Prelude in E from Robin JF, otherwise known as Dr. Payne in the Discord server.
Prelude in E by
Yes.
Dr. Payne.
Yes. We have many preludes this episode.
Wait, Prelude in E, right?
Yes, Prelude in E from Robin JF.
Oh, okay. Got it. was over until it stopped. That was a quite abrupt ending. What the heck? Yeah, it definitely sounds like a prelude in that it's not really trying to present a I don't know. It's not trying to present an idea that's particularly memorable or thematic. Let's get some comments from the judges. Faro.
Yeah, it's a very cool piece. I like it, but as you said, I think it's a little bit too complex for its own good, because you have this very simple melody on the top, and then you have like 100 different layers in between, and it's just kind of difficult to listen to because it's constantly changing in a way that my ear can't really. I don't really know what is going on. It's way too many layers, and it's very complicated for such a small piece, in my opinion. But it's cool.
I disagree with you. I really like this piece. It's really endearing and really unexpected. You know, it's unlike anything else that we've heard so far. And I like the idea of it not being hugely like melodic or motivic. Sorry, there's a thunderstorm in Florida, and
Well, I love
I would say
thunderstorms.
just if you're going to write a piece that is very flowy and not very melodic, really lean into that. And I think you can definitely do more with developing things texturally, because I write a lot of pieces that are based on texture. So keep working at it, and I think this is a really great exploration for you.
Okay. Fawful.
Yeah. I definitely feel a little bit more aligned with Ethan than with Throw on this one. I feel like the things that you've done, the textures that you've built here are really, really nice. And I would love to hear more of your work. The one thing that I don't feel quite as good about is the way you support the change in like measures 27 through 30-ish. I think those are the right measures. But sorry, no, 20 through 23. Where you sort of have these melodic-ish ideas, like these fragments of 3 rising notes, and the last one is a little bit longer. And the melody, the right hand, I would say, feels perfect, and then the left hand feels like it's not supporting it quite as much. It feels like it's trying to do its thing still, while the right hand is going off on a journey. I feel like it might help sell the effect better if both of the hands are going on this journey. I know you're capable of it because you've done things like that earlier in the piece and later.
Okay. I mean, I think that's a really high level point that Fawful just made. So I think the composer should take note of that. Okay. So I think we can give our scores for this piece.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, yeah, it is. The harmonies are actually very interesting, but you know.
All right. Cool. So our next piece is called The Journey from
The
Blip.
Journey,
Yes, The Journey.
not a journey.
No, this is not this isn't just any old journey, it's The Journey.
Okay.
It's Lionel's journey.
Doesn't sound like my journey.
It might be. You never know until you
My
listen
journey
to it.
is the ultimate journey. Got it, Bat?
Well, it's also silly because you don't have a helmet inside of the story, so it's a disqualification from me personally.
All right.
Let us listen.
I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit. That ending was actually really nice, but I was like, okay, it's getting a little long. Wow. I mean, that was actually. I mean, it was simple, but you know, it carried out its idea decently well, and the 6/4 section was very pretty. But yeah, the harmonies were a little bit stale. Oh yeah, judges, let's hear it.
Fro, do you want to go first?
Okay. I actually think this piece was too complex, to be honest, rather than too simple, because you have all these amazing ideas that you put together without really developing them enough. I mean, I loved the first section of the piece. It started very slowly and calmly, and you had this like natural rhythmic and harmonic crescendo. And then you introduced the second theme, and then came the third theme, and then came a fourth theme and a fifth theme, and it just kept going. And it felt like you took multiple pieces and just put them together. And also the transition between the different sections. I feel like you pulled a pro there, where you didn't quite pay attention to the transitions because they are very lame. I think you could have worked on those a little bit more to make them transition a lot better than rather than just pasting an entirely new section in after like one bar of silence or whatever.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah. Other
Good
than that, I think the ideas that you present are really good, and they could definitely work at like sonata of 3 movements or like a big larger piece.
Oh no
that has
no! It doesn't need to be longer.
no
So
but I mean like okay, yeah, it does need to be longer. That's my opinion at least. Not longer like this piece, but you should take the different sections and make different pieces out of the different sections instead of making everything into one single piece. Because it's too
Interesting.
much material.
Okay, that's a fair point. Ethan.
Yes, I do agree with what Fro said that the transitions definitely need work. The material is very strong, but technically, like your compositional technique, it's not quite there yet. I think that having discipline and really developing
And how
all
would
of your
you
materials
recommend to develop that
technique.
level?
How does one develop technique? Honestly, just be very, very disciplined when you compose. You know, if there is something that you think I could extend this a bit more, then do it. Don't like cop out and just go to another material because it's easy.
Okay. So like try to, how would you, maybe to rephrase what you said, try to take a risk, right? Take more risks.
Take a risk? No, I don't think that's the right way to put it. Just I'd say asking for help is really good because something that has helped me develop my technique is like having a good teacher tell me like, okay, you could extend this like 20 more bars. Why are you switching it right here?
Okay, that's a fair point. Fafo, if you have figured out what you wanted to say, now's the time.
I think the other judges helped me figure it out by saying a lot of what I knew I had a problem with, but I was like not able to actually put the words together. My big thing here is just like these individual ideas can go a lot of places. And I think the problem that a lot of composers have when they're not explicitly trying to discipline themselves is that they will come up with ideas and then they'll pick whatever the best idea is and put it in their piece.
Yeah.
And they don't understand necessarily that some of those ideas are as good as they are because they have the context of all of the other ideas that are kind of worse. So it's okay to not have like the most dramatic variation of your idea or the most beautiful variation of your idea as like the first variation you come up with. Or that you put in the piece rather. It's okay to sort of let the idea sit before it grows into sort of this perfect form at the end.
Okay. All right. I'm not 100% sure I understood what you meant by that, but let's move on. Okay, let's give the scores for the sake of time. Let's move on. Ratings.
All right, the next piece. Right, do we go that way? Let's go that way. Let's go with my piece. Another
Uh-oh.
D. Uh-oh, let's go with that. Let's go with The Town Beyond the Forest.
Oh
It's
my
not.
god, you have 2 does.
Yes,
You're
as a matter of fact.
unstoppable.
I'm daring to go there.
The more does you have, that means the more confident you are in yourself.
Yes, it's
You have to realize that.
Da. Right.
Oh, oops. Okay.
Wow.
All right. Ooh, dedicated to Lionel. Okay, automatic 10 from me. Automatic 10.
I also included a story in the measures, Zulaski style, because he inspired me to write a story.
Okay.
So I'm not really gonna talk about my piece. Perhaps after, but not before.
Okay, I mean, people who are on the stream can read the sheet music and follow along, and the judges have the sheet music in front of them. So
Yeah, of course.
okay, cool. The Town Beyond the Forest by Batty Bat Bat. Loved the recall of Rival the Hero. It was a very powerful piece for the title, The Town Beyond the Forest. I mean, cool. It's cool. It's a cool piece. Yeah. Interesting rhythms that you had at measure 34. I think you're trying out some different variations and stuff, or rhythmic syncopations. It's cool. All right, judges, let's hear it.
Great storytelling. I even though some of the accompanimental gestures are a little bit generic, I don't mind it that much because there's a lot of variety in it. So even though if it's that same like arpeggiation going up and down, you don't have to suffer that for for too long, and you were very effective at telling this narrative, which I find personally very difficult. I'm sure a lot of people do as well. So one thing is I wish it was longer. Because when it ended out, because like when I got to the end of the sheet music, I was like, wait, is that it? Is that the whole piece? So good job.
Yeah, it's only 2 minutes. It's very short. That's a special. That's a bat special. Fro.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like Arrival of the Hero in many places. Other than that, I think it's a very good piece. Very, as Ethan said, or maybe it was Lionel, I don't remember, but it's very impactful piece, and there is a very nice story to this piece. I mean, this town beyond the forest must be quite some town, to be honest. However, one thing that I think this piece is struggling with a little bit, and I know we had a very similar piece to this one. I think it was Light of Omega by Raru, that I think this piece would be a lot better if it was orchestrated or played by some kind of ensemble. I don't know if piano is the best instrument for this kind of music because, and I'm gonna say this again, you can hate me if you want, but the piano isn't epic enough for this piece. This piece deserves something more.
How dare... oh, I already said this. The piano is the most epic instrument.
Yeah, I want more of this piece. Not just the piano.
I do wish it was longer though. Fawful.
Yeah.
Not only do I wish it was longer, I wish the individual sections were longer. Like you have a modulation literally 12 measures in. We've barely gotten to actually hear the original idea, and we're already bringing it into a new key. I feel like we could. I think I mentioned this the first time I listened to this because this was one of the pieces that Bat showed off while we were kind of memeing at 4 a.m. One night before we did the actual reviews. And I brought this up then, and I still think it holds that like you are doing the things that you can do with it too early. You absolutely are allowed to modulate to C minor, but you're not giving the D minor version enough time to speak first.
Yeah, you're not giving us enough
I think
D.
that idea just follows through the rest of the piece.
Okay. That's a good point.
No, all of these points are really good, and honestly, I quite agree with like everything that's been said by the judges. I too wish it was longer, but I didn't want to cheat and submit something later than the last day, July 31st. So I had to limit myself. I pulled an Eton, basically.
Wait, did you write this the last day before the fucking submission?
Well, 2 days before, because guess what I was working on right before your birthday present.
Okay, that's excused. That's excused. All
That's
right.
my excuse.
Well, automatic 10 from me, for obvious reasons.
But yeah, this piece was always meant to be like in my head while I was working on it. It was always meant to be like the direct continuation of Arrival of the Hero, because that piece, although I didn't write any storyline for it, always like to me at least, felt like the journey of a hero, and the destination of that journey was never clear. And I think this piece kind of like answers to that question.
The journey, the destination is the town beyond the forest.
Yes, the hero's hometown, in fact,
Oh my gosh.
which you will get if you read the sheets.
Oh.
So yeah, a lot of I tried to drop in some hints in the left-hand patterns to Arrival of the Hero in the first like part. The 12-8 section is
Bat.
quite literally a nod to that. Yes.
Bat, let me tell you, subtlety is not your strong suit.
Oh, of course not. No.
You are not subtle at all.
No, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's great, man.
Let us get our scores.
Yeah. Let's put scores in the chat. I'm giving you my completely
Unbiased opinion.
unbiased score based on based on trying not to be biased.
I mean, it is dedicated to you, so I don't know why you're voting.
What's that?
I said
I'm
it is dedicated to you,
extremely
so-
biased. That's why my score doesn't matter.
That's fine. Let me pull up a different piece. Let's go with miniature prelude, another prelude. Let's go with let's see here. Miniature prelude from David Dinge, otherwise known as David Does Some in the Discord server, who's I believe present in chat right now.
If he's not present, we're not listening.
All right, let us listen.
Wait, this is one of the miniatures? Okay, fine. This is so short. This is like 1 minute. Oh my god. Okay, we can do... Alright, here we go. Oh, that was actually really good. I kind of want to hear another one of these miniatures. Can David Den submit another miniature, please?
Lionel didn't have enough of this.
Just send it
miniature.
in the chat.
Yeah,
Just
send
send
it
it in the
here.
chat. I mean, while he does that, judges.
Judges be judging.
They're judging hard. Awful.
I mean, it's good. It's
Yeah.
cohesive. It does everything that I would want a prelude to do. There's like one or two harmonic choices that I'm not entirely sure how I feel about. I don't think it might be the ones that you'd expect me to say, but I have to find like where in the piece it is. So I'll let the other judges go and give their comment while I find that.
Okay. Fro.
Yeah, I agree with Fawful. Actually, I mean, it's a very solid piece for just 1 minute. The only complaint I have is that I think it should be longer. I wish it was longer.
Well, it's a miniature, okay?
I know. That's the problem. Because I like the piece. It's really good.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I want more. I really want more.
Yep, me too. All right, Ethan, do you want to say anything?
No.
No. Ethan says no. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play the second one that he has, and let's see if it sounds good. Okay. Wait, can you guys hear it or no?
A little bit. It's a bit.
Yeah,
It's a bit
really,
quiet.
It's kind of quiet.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me figure this out.
Can you download the MP3 from MuseScore and then play it like you did the other pieces?
Oh yeah, I could do that. That's very smart of you.
200 IQ plays. Totally didn't.
Totally did
wasn't
not
what
think
I always
about.
had to do.
Such a brilliant idea.
There we go. Now we can hear.
This is called Crystals. All right. I'll be honest. Like, it's the harmonic choices that you make are just really nice. They're like really, I don't know. They're really mature, and of course the piece itself is simple purposefully, but it's just like it's very delightful to listen to. Judges, any comments besides? I don't know.
I did
Nice.
find the spot that I was thinking of earlier.
What?
In the original piece, like the one real piece of criticism would be measure 45, right? Where you have like this this F major identity leading into it, and then like in complete disregard to everything else that you've sort of set up to this point in terms of harmonic language, you go from that to a full like C dominant chord over G, and it's just like that one chord sort of like disregards all of the harmonic language that you've set up before. I would want to see, I think here, some other identities.
What chord would you recommend? Come on, Fawful.
So I mean, this is like one of those things where you kind of have to experiment a little bit, but I would say the tone color would probably be minor in the end.
Let's hear it.
So I'm not on a fully sized piano, so don't mind me.
Okay, so yeah, instead of doing C dominant, you went to E minor.
Yeah, that would be E minor.
And then that leads into the B major that's in measure 47.
So it would be E minor, then E diminished, then B major. Or
okay.
Yeah, so like you're still able to keep the melodic B flat in measure 46. But you know, just maintain a bit more of the harmonic language that you've set up throughout the rest of the piece.
I would say that's a very solid feedback. Yeah. That is the kind of feedback you will not get anywhere else. David. But yeah, it's really good writing. Ethan, do you have anything to say now?
Nice.
Okay. Cool. Let's give scores in the chat and we'll move on.
Yes.
All right.
Can I actually say something real quick?
No.
And this, okay.
Yes, you can.
And this has nothing to do with the actual pieces. I just want to say that it's getting close to 4 a.m. for me, and I don't know how long you're gonna keep this going, but I'm probably gonna go to sleep soon. Maybe I will stay for another couple of pieces, but I'm getting kind of tired.
No, I mean I think we should stop at 10, which is in 15 minutes. What do you guys think?
Oh.
Yeah.
Right. 4 hours is reasonable. Perhaps.
Yeah. Okay. So, is there anyone else in the chat who submitted a piece that we have not listened to yet, in either last episode or this? One? Okay, we have more people. All right.
We have a couple people, so we'll have to choose. Which I'm very good at this point.
All right, Bat, give us just choose the people. Hurry up.
Yes.
Fro is passing out with every passing minute or second. His brain cells are shutting off one by one. Especially.
Okay, another prelude. Prelude in B flat minor from our good friend Vincent Lim.
Ooh, Winston's piece. Okay. I'm looking forward to this one actually.
Yes, it's one of our 3 preludes, I think.
The more preludes, the better. All right, Prelude in B flat minor by Winston Lim. gonna skip ahead a little bit. I mean, wow, what a atonal piece. You totally went full on out Scriabin's dark side on us. Good
Are you
stuff.
sure this is actually in B flat minor?
Huh? It's not. Well, is
It's
it?
it's not. Why is it called Prelude in B minor? It's just a prelude.
I mean, it's gotta be something, right?
It's the trophy of guard.
All right.
Revert your expectations.
It's to confuse
May I go
the
first?
judges. Go for it. Go for it.
Okay. This piece needs to be crazier. I think if you're gonna have these really weird, funky harmonies, you need to go all out and be really demented with the textures that you use. That's the only thing. I think that is really going to take this piece to the next level, because I think the language that you're using is very effective, and I really like it. It's just it's too conservative. It's too safe. You can do a lot more. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Fair point. Falafel. Oh, Fro. Go for it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a really cool piece. I really enjoyed this one. And I agree. I mean, this is more like a prelude in all keys rather than B flat minor. And the only two things I have to say about this piece is, first of all, I think that 3 against 2 polyrhythm is a little bit overused, especially in like the last page of the piece. It gets kind of repetitive after a while. You could like break up the pattern with some, I don't know, 16th note or something different, because it sounds kind of repetitive after a while. And the second thing I have is the transitions, especially the one at measure 18 going into the Brillante Sempre Rubato section. I think that crescendo is way too weak, because you have like these 2 lines in this 3 against 2 for 2 measures, and then you land on this really heavy, really big chord, like the climax of the piece almost, and it just feels weak. I think you could have spent a little bit more time on that crescendo specifically to make that more impactful.
Okay.
But yeah, cool.
Cool. Fluffle.
I would study Luigi Dalla Piccola. I feel like the approach that Dalla Piccola has to atonality and serialism is something that you could stand to learn a lot from when it comes to making your textures as interesting as your harmonies. Because there's a lot of nice stuff happening harmonically speaking, but as Ethan said, there are also a bit of stale moments where it feels like you are kind of using the same ideas for a little bit too long. And I think Dali Piccola, if you look at the way that he uses rhythms and textures, that you can get a lot of that same sense of, you know, of motion in ideas while also changing like the feeling of the piece in this sort of like organic way. Thomas Aids is also a pretty good study point, but I would look at Dalla Piccola first, and then look
Okay.
at Thomas's work.
Cool,
later.
cool. Let's give scores in the chat. All right. Next piece.
All right. Let's go. Next piece, Wishing for Things Far Away, from Sam Hodgkinson, also known as Sam H.
Okay.
But before that, Vincent just reminded me something. He did send me a little bit of text to say about his piece.
Wait,
and just,
Winston?
Yes.
Oh
about
no,
his
we don't have
prelude.
time. We don't have time to hear it.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
I mean, Vincent copy pasted in chat for them to read.
Okay,
later.
yeah. Let's just read it. Okay, while we listen to Sam Hodgkin's piece. All right, Wishing for Things Far Away. I think we got the point. I love that transition to the major part, or no, yeah, to the major E flat major. It was very wistful and very melancholic. Okay, judges. Fawful.
So yeah, I feel like this piece accomplishes what it sets out to do. I feel like a lot of the things that we've said about like film music styled pieces applies here.
Yeah.
Where, you know, like there would be some good things gotten from orchestrating it, or you know playing around with the formula a little bit more. but it also works very well as, sort of something for a background or something to just like vibe to while you do other things. I feel like it doesn't quite offer as much to active listeners as it does to passive.
Right. Which is fine, if that's what your goal is, right? Although, given that it is for the Play My Fan Spaces, we're definitely more geared towards active listeners. All right, Fro.
I think it's a good piece. I like it. However, it's kind of repetitive after a while because you have the same rhythmical pattern for like 3 pages with
Yeah.
some minor variations somewhere. It's kind of bland.
Okay.
And the ending could be longer because I feel like the piece ended too quickly. I would love to have more development of the thematic materials, more of everything, except what you already have too much of, being the rhythmical thing you have. But like the ending was quite underwhelming because I would like more of this piece, to be honest.
Right. Okay. Mr. Ethan.
Yes, there are definitely a lot of good moments in this piece, and you kind of hit the check marks in all of the things that you need to pull on our heartstrings. But it gets, like Fro said, very repetitive. And something that someone once told me is that if you're going to write something that has a lot of repetition in it, instead of like copy pasting it, write out each individual note. Because if you get tired of writing it out or hearing it yourself, then chances are that we are going to get tired of listening to it.
Okay. Great. Let's give the scores, and then let's do one more piece because we are at 10 o'clock, and this is our last
The final
piece.
piece. All right, 7. Cool.
What is our final
7.
piece?
Our final piece is called Life.
Ethan, how dare you give a score that is not a 0.5?
Life from Blu-ray Ender. Who's
Life
also
from Wait,
in
what is
the
the
chat right
Oh,
here.
the piece is called Life?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Life.
Not day life, so giving you a little bit of breathing.
Oh gosh. All right. Blu-ray Ender, BRE. All right, let's hear this. It's a cool piece. It's a cool piece. It's the reverb actually. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. All right. Let's get the judges.
Fawful?
Bro should go first because he has to leave.
Oh yeah, Fro.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's nothing special. It's just 4 a.m. Don't worry about it. I don't know if I can give you an honest judgment of this piece because I feel like I need to listen to this piece as a whole first because we're kind of stressed with the time and we skipped a lot. But from what I heard, I kind of felt a little copy pasty, a little spammy with the rhythmic motifs. But I'm gonna have to spend some more time on this piece, to be honest.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I don't think I skipped anything major. But okay, Ethan.
Yeah, well, not same, but not the same because I don't want to listen to this piece again. It's okay. I'm not offended by it, but I kind of tuned out after a while. I was like, okay, what am I listening to?
Right.
Yes, goodbye.
Okay. Fawful.
Yeah, I would kind of align myself with Ethan as well here. Like having a story that is the reasonable and strong story, which you absolutely have, is only meaningful insofar as it makes the piece interesting. So if you have music that feels the same, even as the story gets to change and
Are you
and
saying that the
evolves.
music does not follow the story?
I'm saying that the music stays too safe within its concept of having that rhythmic pulse throughout the
Right.
entire piece.
Right.
I feel like being able to give that up for the sake of having more interesting music is better than keeping it and staying quote unquote true to the story while having a harder to listen to piece.
Yeah. Yeah. And I agree. I think in terms of like a creative endeavor, it works really well. Like you manage to capture that feeling of like, I don't know, like the time ticking and the life being lived and going past us. But then in terms of like, the some of the harmonies and some of the it just felt more static. The whole piece felt kind of static. And you just went from section to section. So yeah, but overall, still like, you just need to write more. Life. I think that's a great piece to end today's stream with, today's session with. Wait, let's give the ratings in the chat first.
Yes, let us not forget about that.
Yeah. Honestly, that was. I mean, I enjoyed it a lot. Despite whatever criticism I'm giving. And yeah, I just wanted to give a big thanks to the judges because
You're welcome.
They all put in very thoughtful efforts. Actually, like I was surprised at the level of the reviews because it's really high. It's really good. It's really honest, unbiased feedback that our judges are giving. We have the best judges.
For sure. It's a shame that we're not doing any more of these, though. Looks like a waste of judges.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, this is better than America's Got Talent. Thank you. Agreed.
The people know who to pressure if they want another episode, which is great.
Yes, yes, yes. We should be the judges of. I don't know.
Lionel's Got Talent.
This is Lionel's. This is literally. Well, we had a Lionel's Got Talent, and we only had one judge show up.
Who destroyed him in glorious combat. Let's not forget about that. Shout out to Fro for winning that, by the way.
No, he was doing it. He did an awesome job.
What? Sorry, I was typing. I didn't pay attention. What did you say?
No,
No,
we're
I
just
was just
saying
You're
we're.
bringing
an
out the-
awful judge. You should quit music
Oh,
and just like be an accountant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been thinking about that for a while. So, all right,
Yeah.
bye.
Bye. See you later.
Enjoy accounting. Yeah, no, you guys are all allowed to leave and head out, go to sleep.
Get some rest, definitely.
Okay.
Then Ethan is snoring. Fro is gonna go back to his meatballs.
Oh
And
yeah.
Fawful is,
I'm gonna go play some jazz.
I assume, yeah,
Mhm.
doing what
Probably.
Fawful does.
I'll be honest, I'm kind of tempted to like try and like quickly put together something, and not like as an actual submission because obviously it wouldn't get played, but I'm curious how it would get rated, like
Well,
you
in
had-
comparison to these.
Well, you had to
0.
do it my way of submitting stuff anonymously, but now we will
This
just.
is
Yeah, slide in my DMs.
Now,
We'll
now
figure
you
something
know,
out.
anytime there is a jazz, you'll be like instantly sus. Is this
Sus.
awful?
That's exactly it. Okay, but yeah, I mean, if we do another session, we can certainly take a listen to
If
that.
we do another session, we have 29 pieces to still review. We
It's a big
we've
if
passed
because
the 50 threshold, which is good. We reviewed in total 52 pieces, which is good. 29 left to go. Oh. So yeah, if we do one, we will announce it on the Discord server in announcements as usual.
okay.
And if you don't hear from us ever, that means you've been banned from the server.
Yes, shadow ban.
Whoops.
All right, guys. Let me end the stage. Thank you, guys.
Cool.
Adios.
I think he's already gone.
No, I'm still watching the stream. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
He's tossing some stuff around.
I think he's confused.
Uh,
All right. Good night,
Hmm.
everybody.
oh, I think he's already gone. Oh God.